YouTube. Oops. I'll just do that very quickly. And we should be able to start. Welcome, welcome. Oh, chilling? Oh, fair enough. Same. I also have Socks here, who's also chilling and also at the same time judging my work. So, yeah. Alright, let's get straight into it. So, we're doing a bunch of unit tests and so forth like that. And I think we're here. So the put works. These should now be all like that. And we can start putting stuff in here. So that put would be for, yeah, the second one. And then we've got to delete for the project and so forth like that. Going to get a pint? Ah, fair enough. Well, it is Friday, so yep. I am going to quickly clean this up. However, I've been thinking about this particular code, and I've also been thinking that we've had problems where what we've done in one particular case, it's affecting other tests and stuff like that. And I'm kind of like, well, we should have these tests sort of independent of each other. So, no. And Aiden, how are you? Except yes, it's evening. Yep. How are you going at least? So, that would be 8. We're just going to go down here. We're just going to pop that into there. So that should work perfectly fine. And then we've got the delete project 1, delete project 2. So all those tests would work perfectly fine. So what I wanted to do was I kind of want to separate all of these out now. So we've got a name tuple, which is perfectly fine. We can key that up in the globals. You're doing good. 110 quid. Amazon vouch. Ooh, fair enough. Have you lined up something you're already going to buy with it? Which reminds me, I've got to use some of my cards. We got a couple of gift cards that are just essentially sitting there. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can remove that out of here. Now, it's not test account create. We'll be renaming that. Yeah. So, I've had an idea. We need to separate all of these independent tests out into their own independent sort of functions. The reason being is we had an issue last week where I had deleted something and testing for that deletion and I needed it later. Salt to your mum. Oh, fair enough. Even better. So what are you doing with the 10 quid? So yeah, I think it's just going to be easier if I separate these out into their own tests. And then we pass them into there. So yeah, let's set that up. Let's go def underscore run test array, and then we've got the solve. And then what we have is, don't know yet, but at least it's not going to expire now. Oh yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I'm happy that my group won the best first year project. Congratulations, that is awesome news. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Ooh, and we've just hit our first ad break. So for those on YouTube, we run ads on Twitch. So if you join the stream, you won't get pre-rolled ads. You guys don't get ads, don't worry about it. And some people on Twitch won't get ads either. However, what we do for those that do get ads, we just pause. We just hang out, solve Rubik's Cube, say hi to Socks, who is code reviewing me at the moment. And Marmek, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. We've got a little code reviewer here, you know. Yeah, she's been adorable at the moment. And yeah, we just solve the Rubik's Cube. Alright. And there we go, it's solved. Confused on how to fill, right? Ah, okay. Like, excited and angry type of confusion. Alright, though I'm annoyed with our external client and uni. They hired a dev company for 50k to 100k GDP to make their same software. We did pretty much. Hang on. Well, welcome back, everyone. Pretty much hated the dev company's version, and they ended up using ours without payment. I would be annoyed too. I don't blame you for that. Is almost at war against Pakistan right now. Both attack. Yeah, we all know. All right, I'm not going to get political here, obvious reasons, because everyone has a different opinion and stuff like that. But I will. I don't like war. I have not liked war, and I have been against it for a very, very long time. Like I was. Back in 2003 or 4, I forgot if it's 2003 or 4, I was against the war in Iraq. And this is where you find out that I can't actually spell. Yeah, I can't spell. Alright. I was against the war. And stuff like that. And every single war since, I've been against. My main reason behind that is there are a lot of innocent people that just get hurt. And we're like talking children too, who get hurt, who are at no fault whatsoever. And they're just there. Just at the wrong place at the wrong time. So yeah, I am definitely against wars. War is annoying, yes. Alright, so I'm just going to quickly essentially cut and paste code from here. So we've got this, we loop through, so that's 93, so there'll be 7, and 22, so that will be 29. So I'm going to go all the way up here. I should have remembered the line I was on. So we've got data list. I'm going to keep this name the same. Data list is perfectly fine. Innocent people die in collateral damage, yeah. And it's horrible. Absolutely horrible. So, yeah. Anyway, I wouldn't even mind if the external client just paid for uni accommodation instead of like 10k per person. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that would be definitely annoying. But you've also got to look at the bright side, Hayden. You've built something that, even though I know you didn't get paid and all that kind of stuff, you built something which someone's using. All right, and you should definitely feel proud of yourself there. And McDev, yeah, this is Socks. She likes to, you know, code review my code. So, yeah. All right, so I've got a simple run test array up here, and then now I just need to break down all of these particular tests. It's just going to be pretty easy. Oh, I need to get this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just going to delete those 5 out. I'm just going to put it up in the globals because we'll be using it in multiple different places. Or we could actually, nah, screw it. think we can still access it from here. The comedic thing is the code is a big mess, so that's not that fair enough. Yep. Don't worry, someone will refactor it. Famous last words. Yeah, she is cute. I'll give her treats later. Alright, so I'll put that there. We should still be able to access that. I think we just need to go self dot there. That's perfect. So if I do that like that. Oh, I got to do it for all of them very, very quickly. Alright, I am a bit lazy. I am not going to lie. What I'm going to do is I find and replace. Replace. So we've just got URL test, and we're going to do self.url test. And we replace all. Now I do need to go up and actually fix this up here. That's perfectly fine, but that's the only place I'm editing that. So coming in here, we can now just cut everything out from this where we need it. So, alright, in here, we're going to write def test API available data. We pass through the self. We just do a simple thing. I don't know what I pressed to do that. We're just going to go data list equals, there's an array. We're going to paste stuff in. And then we go self dot underscore run test array, and we just go data list. Easy. She's staring into your soul right now. Yeah, she'll do that. She'll do that. Don't you worry. She's also judging your code. Alright, this will be 10. Oops. Oh, what? Socks, did you just step on the mouse? Actually, I'm going to undo that. I'm going to do that. And the reason being is so I can see the available data up there and be like, oh, okay, cool, available data. Now, I am just gonna... Oh, I can just get a linter to do this. I think, yeah, I'll get a linter to do this properly. Okay, cool. I'll look up this. Sorry, Marmick, I won't look that up at the moment. Yeah, she's pretty cute. Your code is beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, I've had her around about 10 years now. Yeah, definitely 10 years now. Because I got her after another cat had died. So yeah, and she is wearing her collar. No, I don't know about it, but yeah, just trying to steer clear of any political stuff at the moment. Sorry, Marmick. All right, so we've got the data list. We're running the tests. And yeah, we just test API and then that. So def test API, and the next one would be coffee data. And it's pretty much, once again, data list equals this, and then self.runTestArray data list. And then that will be 22 from 35. That will be 13. Yeah, she's an old girl. It isn't political. It's a tragedy that happened in India that day. Oh, okay. Give me 2 seconds then. The 2025, excuse how I pronounce this, I do apologize, Pahalgam again? Attack? Alright, so we're just doing that, and def test API. We've got customer data, oops. Like so, once again, data list equals this. And then self underscore run test array data list, easy done. The customer will be 1 for 1. So that will be 34. I'm just going to paste that there. And Jay the developer! Is this rewrite or in Rust stream? No, not quite yet. One day I'll learn Rust. And Yash, how are you going? So what am I doing? I'm writing unit tests for the NearBeach API. So that way we are more confident that the API will work for customers. So yeah, and NearBeach is an open source project management system. So yeah. One day I'll also learn Rust. That day will not be today. Fair enough. Alright, so I've done those ones. I've just got to def test API Kanban ban board data, and then once again data list equals that, and then that will be self run test array data list. So that would be 181. Two. There we go. Easy done. And then our next one, def test API organization data. We've got the self data list equals, and we'll paste that in a second. And self underscore run test array data list. It's getting tempting though, since I saw some big companies hiring in my country hiring it. Fair enough. Fair enough. I wouldn't blame you for learning it. It's a language I'll probably end up learning one day. Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's okay. Everyone has terrible code. If you have looked at mine, that's why we refactor. That's the reason India has restored to this action. Marmic. Okay. I will have to sit down and learn a little bit more about it, just because I hardly know anything about that conflict. If I tune into every stream, this must be yeah, she's here for most streams. On Twitch we have, which I'm hoping YouTube actually implements one day. On Twitch we've got sort of viewer rewards where you earn points the longer you watch, and one of the points you can do is you can give her treats. So yeah, I think that's why she hangs out a lot. She gets treats. And I think she's figured out if she stares at the camera, she'll get treats. And talking about treats, someone's actually redeemed the treats. So we'll be giving her treats now. Alright, you know what's happening, Socks. We'll move the elephant. There we go. Alright. In your bed, sweetie. In your bed. Oh, fair enough. Yash? Switching to Twitch. Oh, fair enough. Alright, in your bed, sweetie. Yes, in your bed. Just don't stand in your bed and then do a 360 out of it. Alright. I've just realised I have also not set up my iPad tonight. There we go. Oh. Uh-oh. Alright, iPad's not turning on. Most likely just out of charge. Alright, there it goes, Socks. You miss your cat? Oh, fair enough. They are wonderful creatures. Talking of which, I'm already using Rust indirectly at some point. I will have to touch it. It's just a matter of when. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I haven't had the need to touch it yet. Nor have I had a project where I could sink my teeth into it. Alright, 269 to 218. So that's 9, 2. Alright, 49, I think. It'll be good once I learn how to do calculations on the top of my head again. Alright, cool. And then I think project was the last one. So instead of doing all of that like we've done, we'll just do this. We'll go test API project data. We've got the data list, we've got the project. And then at the end, we just go self._run test array data list. And that should be it. I don't have any use case for it, but this big company said as a employee I would be bouncing from Python to TypeScript to Rust. Oh, fair enough. Yep. What you usually do, you know, Postman for testing. Yes, that reminds me. I have not opened up Postman. Thank you for reminding me. So, play. Got a bit of hair then. I use Postman for testing as I was developing it and so forth like that. However, going forward, because it would be rather time consuming to actually get Postman to test it every single time, what we do is we write unit tests to do that workload for us. So yeah. And Felix, I'm assuming you're saying what's going on at the moment. So I am writing unit tests for NearBeach's API. NearBeach is an open source project management system. So yeah. And Nightbot has just conveniently put some information up. That was yeah, that was just a fluke that popped up. And guess what, surface dwellers? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. And oh, I don't know why Alright, I'm terribly sorry about that. I didn't realize Nightbot actually had that permission. That's the first time that's actually popped up. I don't think you were spamming at all. I just think I might need to tweak Nightbot's settings. So I do apologize about that. I understand Nightbot being a bot, it's been overzealous. So I've got two conversations going on at the moment, Yash. So I stream both on YouTube and Twitch. So there's a conversation about Rust on Twitch at the moment. I don't feel bad about that, Felix. I understand that that was not spam. Nightbot, being a bot itself, does things automatically. I didn't realize it would do that automatically. That is something I will need to turn off, and I do apologize about that. But I can see your messages. So yes. Alright, so we've done that one. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this over here for reference. We're going to run this to make sure this still works in here. So we're going to go Python 3 manage test. And we have found 73 tests. We do have an error. Yes, I am a full stack dev. So I'll do the front end. So I do quite a lot of JavaScript. I've done React, VueJS being VueJS being my main one, React being one where I would use on WordPress sites and so forth like that. I will also do backend. So my usual frameworks of backend are either .NET, PHP, or Python, so Django, Laravel, and .NET, or Umbraco as a CMS. I do also do system administration, so both Nginx, Docker, Apache, and just Linux in general. So yeah, I'm a bit all over the place. Just started learning Python yesterday, new to coding. Any tips? I would recommend Free Code Camp. Give me a couple of seconds. Sorry, you're actually on a different computer. I have to actually reach over here and do something like that. So I recommend this because it's free. You don't need to sign in or anything like that. You can go menu curriculum and you got a bunch of different sort of courses in here depending on what you want to do with Python. So depends what you've got: scientific computing with Python, data analytics or analysis with Python, I should say, and so forth like that. Legacy Python for everybody. So you got a few courses in here which you can pick up. My other trick is build something quick. Be like, yo, I want to automate this task. Just do it. Django, DRF, best, and Flask 2. I haven't used Flask yet, but I have a friend who I trust wholeheartedly, and he says he likes it, and I'm like, cool, I've got to use it one day. So, yeah. NearBeach uses Django, and the only reason why we use Django was because 8 years ago, I was in here, and I was Python Web Framework. I typed that wrong. And Django popped up first. I was like, all right, cool. I'll check it out. I went into here. I went in get started with this, and I went in to take the tutorial. And within 20 minutes, I was like, okay, cool. I can use this to build NearBeach. And that's it. All right, going in here. We've got NearBeach test API admin user, unit test loader, failed test, NearBeach test user permission, test API admin user. Failed to import the NearBeach test. All right, so we've actually got a problem. Oh, Socks isn't here anymore, so I am going to do this. So give me a couple of seconds. There we go. All right, Socks, you're also in front of the chat. Okay, so I've broken something. That's all I've done. I've definitely broken something. We've just got to figure out what I broke. So failed to import test module, NearBeach test API, test user permissions, test API admin user. Did I do something wrong? Most likely, yes, it is 100% me. So I'm just going to go Django unit tests into here. I did read this documentation the other day. I do have def and then test and then underscore. Yep. And then we have the tests. All right, cool. Oh, all right. Type names and field names must be valid. Oh, have I mucked this up? All right, let's scroll all the way up to the top. So URL test, name tuple. We've got the self URL. Can I do that? Is that the thing? I think that was it. Okay. Yeah, that was it. Easy done. I did break something. I easily fixed it. So, going with this now. We've certainly got how we want this structured and so forth like that. Test API and what we want. So, down here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go def test API and we're going to go requirement. Self, we've got the data list equals. We're just doing this very, very quickly, and then self underscore data list. Easy done. So we've got, let's say, I'm just doing this very, very quickly, like so. Oh. I need to actually do something like that. So we've got requirement, then we've got request for change data. These will run no matter what. It's just that there's no data in there, so the loop doesn't actually occur. Doesn't occur. So then we'll have sprint data, and then we'll have task data. All right. And I do believe that is all the objects we're doing at the moment. So there won't be many left. Now, another thing is I could also nick what's up here, what we're doing up here. We've also got a bunch of to-dos in here. Oh, yeah, we haven't actually expanded this one all the way out just yet. So, yeah, I'm just having a quick think how we're going to tackle all of this. Okay. All right. We've got the test API data. Oh, and we've just hit ads. Okay, for those on YouTube, we run ads on Twitch, so every half an hour, so people don't get pre-rolled ads. In the meantime, usually I just talk about stuff and so forth here. Yeah. We do this so that no one misses out on any content. Yep. So yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, you guys get to see me do a Rubik's Cube. You also probably get to see Socks do her little lie down right here. Yes, she's got her belly full of treats. She's like, oh yeah, got my treats. I'm also going to double check my iPad because I was pretty sure I shut it off the other day. And Sunny, how are you? Yeah, it was just out of battery. All right, so okay, almost finished this. There we go. Let's see how our ads are going. We're about 8 seconds left for the ads, and then we'll jump back into it. All right, welcome back, everyone. Okay, so we still need to extend out the projects. I also know that there might be an issue in the tasks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over here. I'm going to minimize project. I'm going to open up task. I'm going to open up team leader. I know that this will not run at the moment because I'm not running it. So we're just going to go localhost admin. We're going to open up the team leader. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it into here. We're going to save. So this one worked perfectly fine. And then we paste that in. Yep, that one we wanted to happen like that. That one's fine. All right, that one worked. I think they were saying this one just didn't work. Yeah, no, that created. Okay, I might have a... I won't delete anything yet, because I know the delete will work. Okay. So I'm happy with all of that. I also want to, up here, I'm just going to put a little comment in here. I'm going to go group and user. Link tests, note tests, object sprint tests, and then tag tests. All right, cool. So I can now close this. We can continue with this particular one. So I'm just also having a good think about certain things. Yeah, I'll need him to submit a report. All right, cool. Yes, sweetie, you're just being like, yeah, no, she's in my hand. Currently learning DSA in Python. Oh, fair enough. Ooh, socks, be careful. You're pressing against the keys. Good girl. How are you finding it? Okay. So I'm just having a think how I'm going to run those particular tests. And this is also why I separated everything out. Alright, so if I actually go over here, I'm going to minimize this. We're going to minimize this. We're going to go into project. We're going to get project 1. And we're just going to run it. In here, we've just got the project. Ooh, yeah, we just got the project. We want organization requested available object data. Yep, team leader, groups and users. All right, so we've got 3 that we've got to test. So this will be for project 1. I'll need to expand all of these and sometime in the near future. We just need to go to tokens. I'm just going to use this as the admin token. Easy done. We're just going to copy that over. We're just going to paste it in. That's perfectly fine. But yeah, I'll need to actually create all of these for the admin and all that kind of stuff. And the Bob, I know, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome, or welcome back, I should say. We are still doing unit tests. We've also joined. Sox is also here. All right. So I'm getting distracted with the cube. I'm going to put the cube down. It's going over there. So we want to test this one first. So groups and users. So in here, we're just going to go paste API project. We're just going to deal with project 1, and we're going to go group and users, and that's it. So we get the data. We're not deleting the data. We're getting the data, and that will be a 200. We should also do that for project 2. And yeah. From there, we've got post. So we're posting a new groups and users in. And that should just be, let's say, a group list or a user list. So considering that will be self.url test. We're putting this on a new line. API version 0, project 1, group and users. And then what we want to do is, I think, yeah, it's just because it's a post, it doesn't need anything like that. Cool. Sorry, I got an eyelash in my eye. We got to open up one of these, and we are going to go group list, and we're going to do 2. So we're going to add in another group list. And then in here, we'll have a 200, and we'll do a post. And that will be like that. So 6.1 to 6.9, that's 8. We're going to change this to a number 2. We're going to add a 1 in there. So we've just done the post. And then we just need to do the delete. We need to also do the users. So I'm just going to yank 16. In here, we are going to write in user, this will be user list, yeah, user list, and it'll be, let's say, user 2, and user 1. All right, cool. There'll be other sort of tests that we'll need to test for and so forth like that, but we'll actually pick up those when we do code coverage. So another test would be to try and add in a user that doesn't exist within that particular group. Now, the one problem with unit tests at the moment is because this is why I've just separated them all into their own little zones, is that this actually occurs on the database sequentially, and it doesn't revert back. Meaning I actually don't know what these IDs are going to produce for these particular numbers. So in specific cases, we're going to actually have to write tests to test specific things where we know the data and so forth like that. But that's perfectly fine. So in here, we're going to go self URL test. We are... So we've done the users and that. We just need to delete groups and users. And that's where we are going to go back to the get list. I'm just going to close all these. Close all tabs. Save. Save. All right. Now this will be for project 1. because what we need is we need the project, the ID, and I was hoping the ID would be in here. I guess not. Because, yeah. No, it'll be a 0. This is a special case, and this is... also one of those things where... Alright. I'm gonna double check something very, very quickly. I log in as Dark Admin. Give me a second. There we go. So let's say we're in a project. We scroll down, we go add group to project, and we can add multiple groups, and we're all happy. And the same with users. We can add in multiple users all at once, and we're happy. So adding, we can do. Removing, it had to be one at a time. However, I've done this a bit differently, and I think that's probably the incorrect method. Yeah, I think that's... This is a hindsight. This is me thinking about it and having deployed this for the rest of the other object, you know, down here and stuff like that. So, for example, with linked objects, I do believe we just get rid of the one that's on the ID and stuff like that. With this one, we don't really, but it's groups and users, and we can't do that. All right, nope, I've got it. All right, sorry, I'm just giving a good think at the moment. Because there's groups and users. They both are assigned in the object assignment table. We do have an object assignment ID, and I can easily use that to delete what we need whilst having checks and balances. So we're going to modify my API, and that's perfectly fine. This is version 0. We all know that this is going to be changing constantly for the next couple of months until we're happy with it, and then it's solidified and we move it out to version 1. But version 1 won't happen until 0.32, which involves a database change. Okay, so what I want NearBeach, views, API, object data, groups and users API. We also want the serializer. So serializer, object data, groups and users serializer. So I think these won't need to be used anymore. So I'm just going to comment them out. So we'll have a group list. We'll have a user list. We'll be happy with that. In here with the destroy, we'll have the primary key. But we'll also need the destination and location ID passing through. That will actually be part of the quags. All right, cool. So I'm just giving a good think about what we did with other places. So with the serialization, we won't need this anymore. We won't need the group. We won't need the user. So we're deleting a lot of code. I fully understand. What we want to do is down here. I'm also checking the wording of where I use it out elsewhere. Oh, that's serializations. All right, remove okay, cool. So remove association. Oh my god, my brain's just like, how did I spell that? No, I hit /, thank you very much. Assignment. All right, cool. Okay, remove object assignment. So that would be object assignment.objects.filter. We have pk equals pk. Easy done. And the lazy coder. How am I? I'm going good. I can't complain. It is Friday. Socks is playing with the elephant. Yeah, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. I'm actually feeling well rested today. Wednesday I couldn't stream because by the time like 4:30 turned around, I was like, I just can't. I just cannot focus. I can't do anything. And I just ended up eating a pizza. That was my evening. All right, now the next thing we want to do is we want to do this fancy stuff here where we go destination underscore ID is going to be the location ID. All right. So if the length of remove object assignment equals 0, we're going to return a special status. We're going to return socks. Yeah, you're just, sorry, you're knocking the keyboard and the mouse and stopping. All right, if I go back to this, so if the response is 0, we go response data, no, nothing to delete, no association to delete, assignment to delete, and then we send back a bad request. So we tell the user, hey, I don't think you got the right numbers. Can you double check? So with this, we remove object, if the length equals that, return response, data equals no object assignment found. The status will equal status dot bad request. Now, if it's perfectly fine, what we do is we got update is deleted equals true, and then we just say yay. And then, oh yeah, we get the user list and all that new stuff, and we pass it in. So this will be a lot easier to manage going forward. It also will match how we're doing it elsewhere. So instead of groups and users being a little bit weird, it's now like, oh yeah, you can pass through both groups and users at the same time. Also, you have to delete them one at a time, much like how we do everywhere else. You're good too. It's the weekend afternoon in Bangladesh, lying in bed, watching you do things. I wish I had the energy to do it. Fair enough. Yep, that was me Wednesday. All right, don't feel bad about it. We all need a break every now and then. Yeah, Wednesday was, I just didn't want to do anything. I ended up eating a pizza. And I think I watched Good Omens. So, yeah. All right, it does mean that I've got to change this up here. Yeah. All right, we'll do that very, very quickly. I will just bump this like this so we can read the whole thing. So remove either a single user or a single group from this object. The IDs for the user groups can be obtained by using the get functionality. All right, not quite. Oh yeah, single user, single root. The IDs for the user groups and object assignment can be attained using the get functionality. Cool. Parameters, location ID, the ID of the integer field. All right, cool. That one's different. The ID for the results should be the object assignment ID. Cool. We now just need to put that into our API, and I think someone just followed. Thank you very much, Sasha Rimo. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So I've got to look over at that screen to see who's following. So yeah. All right. So in here, we'll have an object assignment serializers.read-only field. So I think that's all we need. Now I'm pretty sure we're not using this anywhere else. So I'm just going to do that and hope for the best. We will be testing this with unit tests. Actually, I'm going to leave that on because part of me says if I delete it, I'm going to screw up something and I'm going to regret it. So the good news is we do actually have this over here. So we're just going to send this. We've got a 200. We're going to send this invalid token. All right, that's fine. We just go over here. We collect this token and do that. Good afternoon. Hope you I'm having a nice day. We're getting these unit tests up and running. Once again, every single time we do a unit test, we find a bug. We kind of did find a bug then, in the sense that we've made something a lot better. So yeah. All right, so that is that. That's done like that, and then we've got to delete one. Now that won't work because of that. So if I do the get for the project one, we need the object assignment results, which we don't have. So got to go back into this. We're going to scroll up. We're going to go. This is create. We're happy with the create. Hang on a minute. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. So the one thing we've got to do is we're going to move stuff to serializers and so forth. I haven't done it because the groups and users was one of the first things I actually did. I've learnt stuff since doing it. So I've just got to apply it better. So what I want to do is I want to probably plan this better. So we're still getting the data and so forth like that. Now that data can feed into a serializer really, really easy. That's not going to be a problem at all. And then we've got basic serializers underneath that. Oops, dropping the pen. Okay. Sorry, I am just thinking of stuff to do. Because, yeah, we kind of want to do that. We could still have the get groups and users list. That's not going to be a problem. That will actually tend to move into the API. It's an external function to the API at the moment because we actually use it in our own sort of system. However, when we move to 0.32, we're deprecating all of that and moving to the API. So, with this, object group results, get group results, get user list all. This is pretty easy to do. So we just need to go into here. We need to go into here. And yeah, if it's a Kanban card, yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those weird sort of functions in NearBeach, where we're also handling the we're handling child objects also for this. So if it's a child object, we actually get the data using the parent object. We'll need to actually have better flags in the code for this. So what this is doing is it's just getting the objects from the destination. That's pretty easy to do. You know, the one problem is this is a great internal function. It's just used in 23 different places. Input object, filter, destination, location. Yep. And then that sends it back. All right, cool. I forgot how I can. Great. I wish they had the back function in this. So I need to go back here. Oh, sorry. Alright. Oh, that's just getting objects. Okay, cool. Yep, no, that's fine. And then group objects return this. That's perfectly fine. So that's actually getting the object itself. So potential groups are all within that. And Gabby, welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. And thank you very much for the follow. So yeah, greatly appreciated. I'm just realizing that the person I was following is no longer streaming. So I'm going to put down a lurk elsewhere. All right, cool. Is the U2665 the heart? So, all right. So in here we get all this. We then are we just dumping all the results? No, we can't be. We're doing it like that. But because yeah, I want to see. All right, object U group list. Let's just follow that. Object group list. So object group results. Object group list, object group results. We're just following this up. Yeah, it's again the group list. So if we go into that implementation, I don't see where we're filtering for the values in here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a little breakpoint on there. We're going to track this. The love heart's cute. I'm not going to lie. So I'm going to move forward, and in here we got it as a query set, so it hasn't been changed at all. We've got group name, date creator, date mod. Yeah, it hasn't been changed at all. We step over. Yeah, potential group results. We're just excluding those. That's perfectly fine. This is not hard. Then we've got those values, and then we've got group ID, group name. Oh, we don't have the assignment number. All right. That's what's going on here. So this is a to-do. All right, I'm just going to hit play. And what I mean is in NearBeach, I'll quickly open up Beekeeper Studio. Give me a couple of seconds. Sorry, I've just got to duplicate some sort of stuff. I will one day get a second monitor where I don't need to do this. There we go. We're just going to connect to this one. Easy done. So under select everything from NearBeach objects. Oh, there's nothing in there. All right, cool. Let's get out of there. Let's confirm. Let's go back. Disconnect. Let's go SQLite. Let's choose file. We're going to go home site NearBeach, and then DB SQLite connect. There we go. So in object assignment, we've got the object assignment number, and then we've got all the group sort of details over here and so forth like that. What we've done is we've actually just looked up the groups, and we use this particular table to filter in the groups that we need. However, that being said, we'll probably need the object assignment ID eventually. So we need to write a to-do. This is not a thing we'll do tonight. This is more like when we do this to-do on 0.32. Look at obtaining the object assignment ID. Actually, that should be object assignment ID from the database, so users can easily delete both users and groups from the object. Okay. So that's the simple to-do that we're putting in here. We'll do that when we implement the serializer, because once again, we'll be moving everything into the API. We'll actually have that code, and we'll probably end up rewriting it to be like, all right, cool, where is this being used? Does it need to be used everywhere else? And so forth like that. And yeah, I think that will be the best sort of solution. Hey, Socks. What are you doing? She's like, I'm not doing anything. What are you doing? The other thing is with this data, yeah, we should be able to just feed this data in. We won't need to worry about the values or anything like that. I'm just overly thinking at the moment, thinking out loud. So what I mean is, because we've got a 4-layered structure, so we've got 4. Let me bring out the JSON. So here's the JSON. We've got under the JSON. Let's have a preview. We've got multiple different layers of data. So we should be able to just pump and dump the data into here and in a particular way, and it'll lay out like this. We won't need a lot of this data, like we won't need the date created, date modified, or anything like that. But we should be able to get the query set object punted into the serializer and let the serializer do all the work. Less code for us to worry about too. So yeah, I think that's the solution. And I think that will be the better solution. All right, cool. So, getting back into the test. And Chitty, how are you? Yes, happy Friday. How are you going? I'll give you a shout out. There we go. For those wondering why I'm giving Chitty a shout out, Chitty's building his own little games. So yeah, do give Chitty a follow. You're alive and kicking. Oh yeah, no, all good, all good. You've given me quite a number of shout outs. It's my turn to give you a shout out. So yeah, he's working on a game where you jump over saw blades and stuff like that, and there's chickens involved. I just know that because of the giant chicken, which I find funny. So yeah. How's the porting going to PC? Oh, I am working on writing unit tests for NearBeach's API. So we just want confidence that the API will work. So yeah, I'm just quickly writing stuff. I think I'll get to a point and probably start something else because writing unit tests are a pain for me. Absolute pain. So I've just done the posts. I just now need to do the deletes. I'm going to write a to-do. Write the delete functionality for both users and groups. Waiting for the object assignment ID to pass through into the get data. Alright, so I'm happy with that one. We'll move on to the link tests. So we go over here, let's shrink that down because we don't need it. We're gonna minimize that. We've got the link, so we've got the get links. I might need to copy this ID again. Go over here, we're just gonna, yeah, invalid token. Actually, I might, no, I'll keep the admin token. And for those wondering what that meowing is, that's Socks meowing. She wants something. What do you want? All right, so we want project 1. Project 1 has no links, and that's fine. Which means we can't run these tests. Because we need to get them, we need to delete them, we need to create them, and so forth like that. So we're going to create a to-do. Create more links against all objects. Currently cannot test as there is nothing to test but create. All right, no tests. I should say these and this, and I'm just going to bump that there. I'm just going to hit save. This is for project 1. All right, so we've got project 1. We've got one thing in here. Object node ID. We've got the object node ID. Sweet. So we can actually edit it, delete it, and so forth like that for testing all this particular functionality, which is what we wanted for the links. We just couldn't. So going back over here, what we want to do is we want to go self URL test. We're going to go API version 0 project 1 notes. Yep, note. Sorry. We don't need it in this format at the moment because we're not doing any data. So it's fine in one line. No data, 200, and we're doing a get. Now we're going to copy that one line. We're also going to do project 2. Easy done. The next one, self URL test. This one will need to go API version 0, project 1, note. And then what we want to do is we want to send through data. And that data will just look, if I put the post up here, that will just be that. So object note. And then we'll have, let's say, hello world, not hello world, hello world. That's embarrassing. All right, so we should have a 201 because it's getting created, and then we'll have a post. And I just realized that's going to be a 201 up there too because we're creating it. The idea being is we've got to be consistent with our calls and stuff like that. We can't just go, all right, cool, some of these calls are going to be 200, some are going to be 201. It's like, no, if we create something, we want this as 201. Now that's 9, 9 from 7, that's 8. So I'm just going to yank those 8 lines. I'm just going to do that. We're just going to do that. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this as a 2. Easy done. So that should be the post. Now let's do the put URL test. Okay, so we've got API version 0, project 1, note, and then we've just got to get the note ID. So that's why I'm going back over here. I'm going to get the notes, and that's a 2. All right, for project 1. So that's a 2. And then what we want to do is we're going to have object note hello world updated. That will be a 200, and that will be a put. I am fat fingering like there's no tomorrow. So yeah, sweet. So we've got all of that at the moment. Now we want to delete. We should also do one for project 2. I need to go over here. I need to just key in project 2. We just need the number. We need this one little number. So that's going to be 3. So we're going to yank those 8 lines. All right, so now let's do a delete. So self, tell you what's going to be easier. Actually, no, it's all going to be in one line. Self.url test API version 0 project 1 note 2. We want this to be a 200. Actually, it's going to be that data first, 200, and then delete. And then we're yanking and pasting. We're going to update these numbers. Like so. And that should be that. Now I'm just going to write on here to do 0.32. Actually 0.31. Actually 0.32. Add more sprints to objects for unit testing. So there's a lot of stuff I've got to actually do to inflate the API and so forth. Inflate the unit tests. I need to actually inflate the fixtures, and that just means putting more and more data in there. That way I can test and test thoroughly. So yeah, the idea being is if we do any sort of changes to the system and we accidentally screw something up, the unit tests should hopefully help us find it before we commit it. So yeah. And the tag testing, I think we can do the tag testing. Tag testing should be fine. All right, so before we continue, I am just going to run the tests. We're going to see if there's, we got a bunch of fails. So that's not good. But we've got 82 tests, which is amazing, not gonna lie. Considering a lot of these tests are made up of those sort of pretty much this. Calls like this, where we've got basic sort of simple data and we're passing it through. Yeah. So there's a lot more than just 82. However, we failed. And we got 204 instead of 200. 204, we've got a 404 and 404, 404. Ooh, all right. So we're going to handle the 204s at once. Now, you might be wondering, what the hell is 204? And you'll be like, no content. So that is correct. When we delete something, these become 204. All right, so that gets rid of these two straight away. Let's make sure. Let's post. Delete. Delete. Let's put. All right, straight away we should have knocked a couple of those Fs off. Easy done. Hopefully. So, yep. All right, we've got a bunch of 404s. And I think I know why. That shouldn't be 404. So I'm just going to go group and users. We're going to go into the post. That's why. It's group and user, not groups and users. So I'm going to open up this. I'm going to go find and replace. We're going to scroll. We're going to type in group and users. We've got about 6 of them. And that should be group and user. And I'm just going to replace all of them. So, considering this runs pretty okay, there we go. We've knocked off quite a number of them. So now we've just got to knock a few more off. I'm going to put my fatigue mat down. Sorry, my feet are getting a little sore. Now, we've got 200 instead of 204, so 204 is deleted. All right, it looks like I've broken something there and there. And it does look like I've broken something with doing something else. So we're going to investigate these other ones. But for the deleted ones, those are low-hanging fruit, we are just going to go up to the top and we're just going to go delete. We're going to find them pretty quickly. So 418, yep, that's perfectly fine. 301, that's perfectly fine. That's with the coffee. Yeah, that's fine. We're ignoring the coffee. With the Kanban board, that should be... Hang on. I think I've mucked something up. Let's have a read of this. So, project 2. I want to double check everything. This is the good thing about unit tests. When you start writing them, you will sort of be like, all right, cool. I've got to think about what's going to happen, what's going to return, all that kind of stuff. We want to go into the API. We want to go into the project API. We want to go into the delete, so the destroy. So after create, we've got destroy. Okay. It's saying that that's a 204. All right, I'm going to put a breakpoint in. We're going to hit this pretty quickly. Just boop. All right, cool. Project. All right, it's there. So we're at this particular breakpoint. It has found that project. Sorry, stated project is deleted is true is the next line. All right, cool. Oh, hold on. I didn't test that other one. All right. This is where I've got to figure out the response down here. That should be by default. This is where I got to think and be consistent. When we're deleting something, what response do we want back to tell the user? No, I mean, let's just ask people. All right, the delete HTTP method. All right, the delete method has no defined schematics for the message body, so it should be empty. Sweet. Yep. What do users expect? If a request is successful, there are several possible successful response status codes. A 204 no content response means the request was successful and no additional information needs to be sent. So yeah, we should be sending back 204s. Easy done. I'm actually happy with that. To also be clear, what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to go status equals status dot HTTP 204, no content. That way, if I were to go back into the code and stuff like that, I'm like, okay, cool, we are destroying something, we are sending back a 204. That's just for me. So in here, with the deleted, we need a 204. Those are fine. I'll probably end up, that'll be 204. There'll be a 403. Ah, these will fail. Yeah, these are gonna fail. Rewrite these once we have applied the object assignment ID into the data. The idea being is, once again, a lot of these connections happen at the object assignment ID. We'll actually connect that table in and be like, all right, cool, this is your particular table for this particular thing. And yeah. So that is now done. We should go through and quickly update a lot of these. So 204, 204. Delete, yeah. 204. Oh, that one's fine. That one's fine. Those are fine. Those are fine. All right, cool. That one's fine. So what I want to do is I'm going to close all other tabs. Easy done. We are going to have a quick look at all the destroyed. Very, very quickly. I'm a teapot, that's perfectly fine. All right, here we're going to go status equals status dot no content, easy. We'll move on to the next one. No content, easy. Ooh, and we've got an ad break coming in soon. This one is different. The groups and users. Once again, I can't do much about it at this particular moment. When we hit 032 and we rewrite how this is all done, we'll fix this one up. So yeah, we do have just the GDP wizard and the story points that we also want to complete. Yeah, 032 is going to take a while to release. But however, that always happens. So yeah, I'm not too worried about it. 030 took 7 months of work just to get it out the door. Yeah. So this will go down, no content. All right, we're happy with that. This will go down here. No content, we're happy with that. No content, we're happy with that. No content, yep, cool. No content, easy. No content, easy. Sorry, I'm scratching my leg. No content. No content. All right. And now we've got the last one. No content, easy. So we've just made a bunch of changes throughout the whole entire database. Sorry, not database, inside the code. We're going to hit the unit test now. We know we're going to break a couple of things. However, there's a lot less Fs, which is great news. So we're going to find out why there are Fs. We're going to implement the changes and so forth like that. Yeah, and we've just hit an ad break. Oh, we've got a couple of 400 responses in there. We got yeah, all right, cool. So yeah, let's bump it into ad time. Hopefully everyone's going well right at the moment. It is 8:10 here, so yeah. I was hoping to get, well, projects is done. I was hoping to get at least 2 or 3, hoping for 3 of the API stuff done tonight. I think the others will be a lot faster to do because I just need to do a find and replace of the object itself with the to-do statements in there, perfectly fine. And yeah, once again, we'll be adding more and more unit tests as we go along. 0.32 is going to take months to release, but that's perfectly fine. We're months away from it. Hopefully only 2 months. Because yeah, I want to get it out the door. Well, I want to start it. That's it. So there's a bunch of things which we're refactoring with it. And yeah, 0.32 is where we start focusing on the UI of NearBeach and really fixing it up. So yeah, I'm excited. Anyway, we're about 5 seconds off. Okay, and welcome back, everyone. All right, I'm going to deny that response. So, we've got a 2 or 4 up here. This is for the customer. So I am going to have a look at the customer. Sorry, the customer API. So we've got the create, we've got the destroy. Ooh. Oh, 204 doesn't equal 200. All right. What line is this on? I'll tell you what, we just copy this, and what we do is we go into here, we go look, and we go like that, and we don't find it. All right. Yeah, this is going to be a 204. So we fix that one easily. Now, for these 400 ones, we've got the group and user 0. All right, so that's definitely not going to work. Yeah, these won't work. So we're going to do a simple to-do. Write these in when we move. All right, this will be 0.32. Currently missing the object assignment ID. We'll need to write these in after we deploy that. All right, cool. All right, so done that and done that. So we have cut down on a few of the tests. Oh, why do we have that still? We've gotten rid of the groups and zeros. Okay, not a problem. We'll keep it running. Customer 1. The delete. So customer 1. I've done the silly thing. All right, cool. That's it. Oi. There we go. Oh, what now? All right, customer 1, delete. That's a get. Am I? All right, 204. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. I should be paying attention. There we go. Okay, cool. So we're rather happy with this. Okay. So easy done. All of that is perfectly fine. But yeah, we're gonna have to one of two things. Now, the one problem is, sure, the groups and users API can wait to 0.32 when we actually do everything proper. but we can implement it proper now. But the one problem is it means we push back our deadlines, which I don't want to actually do. Sorry, I'm having one of those conflicting arguments in my head. I'm going to say no. I need to actually start drawing a line in the sand and be like, I can't keep the 031 branch open constantly forever. We need to actually start focusing on a bunch of stuff. The thing is, when we do move to 032, there is a database rewrite straight away. That's our first sort of task to do. So we're making the database as very generic as possible. That way, when we sort of try and find particular fields and so forth like that, it's going to be really easy, and a lot of our code will be refactored into that easy state. So for example, if we'll have project title, we'll have task title and requirement title, instead of having project name, task, short description, and so forth like that. So yeah, I'm probably going to say no. Let's do a 032 for that one. It will take months for that release. So yeah, not a problem. Not a problem at all. I also got to plan how I'm actually doing releases during that time. So NearBeach will still have a few minor bug fixes and this and that in the 031 branch until I do a release of 032. So yeah. Yeah, I've got to write down what we want to do, and it's just, yeah, you know, there's a lot of things going off in my head at the moment. But yeah, I will need to fix that. I need to pass through that value. Things will act differently. Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, I can rewrite that thing right now. Alright, sorry, I've got it running in my head. The thing is, I can... If we go into here and we just go false close the tabs, close other tabs, let's just close everything. Let's open up list groups and users. Let's do this. So it's not hard for me to set something up like this. Not hard at all, because we've got the groups that we want. I can knock off a couple of those fields. So for example, we won't need is deleted, we won't need change user, we won't need date modified, we don't need date created. We just need these three groups and the object assignment ID. I feel like I'm going to fix this now, because I feel like I'm going to cause myself a lot of trouble down in the future. So that can easily be done. That's the object group list. That would be based off the object assignment table as the base. But then I need to... No, those are groups. That's perfectly fine. I don't need to know about any other thing. So it'll be off the group table. That's the one field. That will work perfectly fine. All right, cool. So I've got to rattle this off in my head. The object user list, once again, that's working with the table. So it will have the object assignment ID. We'll have all of this come through. That will work perfectly fine. And then we do it how we want it. All right, cool. We'll need all of this information. That's not going to be a problem. And once again, all this, we'll get the serializers to do all the work. And these are read-only fields, so we only need them when we're posting the data to the user. The potential group list Now that's going with the group list. So we'll need these 3 and nothing else, and that will be awesome. That will just be group list, serializer. And potential user list, we'll need all of those. That's, once again, that'll be the user list. And those are potential users, so they're users that haven't been added into the system. So we're excluding particular types of users. Yeah, I reckon we can do this. So we started out posting this to be like, no, we're doing it later, to now going, it might be best to do it now. Get the API in the shape we want it to. Yeah, all right, cool. Yes. All right, I agree with that. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to fix this up. We're going to do the API thing. And did I just ramble on and miss the ads? I am terribly sorry. Oh no, they would have happened. I've been rambling for a while. I do apologize. All right. So, first things first. Let's open up serializers. We've got the custom serializer. So in here, all right, we've got everything we need in here. I like this. All right. Cool. So going with the data, we're going to need to create probably a couple of serializers for this. Not a problem. Not a problem. That's fine. So we'll need the object group lists, the object user list, and the potential. So we need a group and user serializer. So under this particular one, we'll need to modify it. Now, we do have this. So yeah, we're going to have to modify it. Because in some cases, we'll have a post and we won't need any of this other data. Or we... So I'm just having a good think at the moment. And what I'm thinking about is whether or not I use the one serializer and shove everything in it and then just use it for that. Or I could create a second serializer, one for anything that's been posted in. That will handle that. And then the other one would be for anything that has been passed back to the user. And if we were to do that, I would need to rename. I would have to specify in here what's for what. Now, I'm probably leaning on the one serializer because it's pretty easy for us to specify what fields will be used in what sort of method. And I think it's going to be easier for another developer to come in and be like, oh, okay, cool. We're using this particular serializer for all the cases here. And we're just sort of telling the system, hey, when it's a put, we're not using these particular fields, or these particular fields read only. Which will be good. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to delete those. That's perfectly fine. What we're going to do is I'm going to keep the object group list, object user list, potential group list, and the potential user list names. And then the user group list. In there. Because those are the particular fields that we're using. So I'm just going to go preview so you can all see this. So we've got the object group list. And that will be, okay, let's go up to the top. That will be a, there'll be a special serializer, because we'll be basing that serializer off, and we'll make the serializers do all the heavy lifting. Less code for us to worry about, less code for any other developer to worry about. So what I want to actually do is go over here. I'm going to, under serializers, now this is object data. What would I call it? It will probably be object assignment group serializer.py. Because the object assignment group serializer sort of says, hey, this is based off the object assignment, but we're focusing on the group part of this. So I'm going to move that over there. I'm just going to go from REST framework, import serializers. We've got the class. Sorry, that's class. And then this will be object assignment group serializer. Now, will this be based on anything? No, I can't use the group serializer already because all the other fields are not, they're all foreign keys, which is fine. Now, will this be a model serializer? No, it won't be a model serializer because we've got custom fields and stuff like that. And we're focusing only on particular fields. So we're just going to go serializer like that. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at the fields that we want. So we'll need object assignment ID equals serializer.read only field. Easy done. We'll need the group ID, group name, and parent group ID. Oh, I don't know what I did then, but that's kind of cool. Group name and pair. Like that. And I don't think we'll need the parent group ID name. Now, I'm trying to remember where we do this, but we don't want the long field. So in Django, what we could actually do to get these particular fields, it would be the object It won't be the object assignment. Let's say we're actually in here already. It would actually be group ID under group ID or group name or group parent ID and so forth like that. Now I'm just double checking parent group ID. Parent group ID. All right. Now we don't want that. We actually want it to be simplified. And we can do that very, very easy. I just need to figure out how. We've done this before. And I think it's no, it's a one-to-one. All right, easy, done. We'll just Google it. So Django REST framework, name field. One-to-one field on user. All right, no. Serialized method field. Alright, so this is a read-only field. Great, we only want a read-only field. It gets the value by calling the method of the serialized class that is attached to it. It can be used to add any sort of data. The serialization represents your object. So, method name. Oh, wait. No, this is the method name. Alright, no, that's not what I want. We have done this. It might be just a read-only field. Read-only model serializers. Actually, that might be it. Oh, I don't know. Read-only field. All right. Source. That's what we want. All right. Cool. So the source will be the group ID dot group ID. Actually, no, it'll just be group ID. Yeah, that's as simple as that. And then the group name will equal serializers dot read only field source equals group ID dot group name. All right, cool. And then we've got the parent group ID equals serializers dot read only field. The source will equal the group ID dot parent group ID. Element OP. All right, cool. So this is our object assignment group wizard. We'll be keying this in here. We just need to do one more tiny thing with that. We just need the dead end line. We just need to import it into here. So from NearBeach.serializers dot this will be the object. This will actually be the object data dot Object assignment group for serializer. Object. All right, cool. We're happy with that. We now need to go into here. We're just going to undo this particular one. That will equal the object assignment serializers, and then many equals true. Easy done. Yeah, that should be it. And then we now just got to do the other ones. So I'm happy with this particular one. We're going to go to the root. We now need a root object ID. So it's going to be pretty much the same. Yeah, it's pretty much going to be the same. So I'm just getting distracted with my Rubik's Cube now. So, getting back into this, what we need to do is we need to create another one of these. So we're just going to go new file, object assignment user serializer.py. We're going to go from REST framework import serializers, easy done. And then we've got a class, and it'll be object assignment user serial. Did I spell that right? I'm hoping I spelled it right. Maybe. Someone will point out one day that I've made a bunch of spelling mistakes throughout my code, and I'll be like, you know what? Yes, I have. Please do a pull request. So, straight off, object assignment ID will equal serializers.readOnly field. We're happy with that. Just double checking that I put that in the correct spot. Yep, all right, cool. Going over here, we'll need the user ID. We're going to have that as user ID. We've got the username, last name. Now the profile picture will need code. We'll need code for that particular thing. And the good news is it just works. Just wondering if we can put it in something which we use constantly. For the moment, just because we're only using it in 2 different places, I'm just going to be fine with it. So I want to open up, because we do this already. I thought we did the profile picture. Yeah, we do, because I get the data. What am I? This is a different thing though. I know I do something for the profile picture somewhere. So I'm going to find it. And I'm going to do this in a directory. So under a directory, not serializers, we want views, API, note results. Oh, this is the API view. Actually, yeah, I wanted serializers. What am I talking about? All right, serializers. Serialized method field. That's what I kind of want. So I'm going to open up that. This is the customer one. All right, cool. We're on ads right now. I'm going to be right back. Sorry, it has been a couple of hours. I need to go to the bathroom. Won't take long. Right, I'm back. And I made a sandwich. Alright, so, sorry about that. I got up and I realized I'm actually quite hungry. I haven't had dinner. Alright, where were we? So we can use this particular thing. I'm going to place it over there for the moment, because we're going to focus on getting this done. So we're going to get the fields in. We're going to use user ID. Username. First name, last name, email. And profile picture. Easy done. These are all going to be read-only. So, putting these in alphabetical order. Oh, wait. I like things in alphabetical order. So we've got a read-only field. What we're actually going to do is we're going to go source equals group. Actually, no, it'll be user ID dot email. All right, read only, and then we'll have source equals user ID dot first name dot read only field source equals user ID dot last name equals serializers dot read only field source equals user ID dot, oh actually no, this is going to be the different one. So I'll come back to this one. I'll just comment it out for the moment. User ID series dot read only field, that just doesn't need to be done. Serializers dot read only field source equals user ID dot username. All right, so they should be fine. Sorry, I'm chewing on my bread. So profile picture equals serializers dot oh, we're doing it in two different ways. And Steffi, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome back. It's Friday, so you know, time for celebrations. All right, so we've got two fields up here, and I'm probably going to copy the same way we've done it. We've got the custom profile picture, which is image field, read only. We're going to do that. Easy done. And then we'll have profile picture path equals the serializers dot serializer method field. And what we've got to do is we've got to have a method that will fill that out. Friday is always a good time. Yes, yes it is. So I'm just going to yank these 7 lines and we're just going to paste them down here. Like so. I think I got peanut butter in my beard. Excuse me for a second. All right, so we need to import the settings. That's perfectly fine. That's throwing up an issue. Oh, that's fine. All right. We need to fix this up. So let's quickly fix this up. This will be profile picture. We need the settings to come through. And this will be profile picture again. To import the settings, I think we just go from Django.conf import settings. Easy done. That will get rid of that particular issue. Expected type int got string instead. That is incorrect because that profile picture is a UUID. So don't lie to me. It'll be good when we get the types throughout this whole entire system. Yeah. Alright, so going in here, we're all happy with this. So I'm gonna say, yay. This one's done. And what we now need to do is we need to go over here. We need to go from nearbeach.serializers.object.data.object assignment user serializer object assignment user serializer. Easy done. And then down here it'll be object user list equals object user serializer many equals true. Done. So I'm happy with that. Easy done. We just want to go over here again. We're just going to go back into the root. I think this is where it gets easier for these particular ones because the potential group list, we just need the group list. Potential user list, we just need the user list. And the user group list, we'll be changing that, definitely. Yeah, we just need to use a group list. I gotta remember what that data's connected for. Sorry, I'm just having a little think. Yeah, the other three will be very, very easy to implement. And we're going to implement it right now, and then we're going to test, and we're going to hope for the best. Means that we've got to fill out the data. That's not going to be a problem. Yeah. So I'm just having a quick think of how I'm going to tackle this particular problem. So what I'm going to do is I am going to implement these very, very quickly, these last three. I am then going to create a private function within this particular API call. And inside that private function, we're going to copy what we've done elsewhere. And we're just going to paste straight in there. However, we're going to do this one at a time. We're going to start with the object group list. If that renders perfectly fine, we're going to move on to the object user list. Then we're going to move on to the potential group list, and so forth like that. So, yes. We're going to do this. Also, my iPad is quite charged at the moment. Sorry, I'm just unlocking it very, very quickly. It is telling me something. Something about a software update. All right, I am just going to do it anyway. Oh, it's already done. Cool. Sorry, I'm just setting this up. Cool. Awesome. Sorry about that. All right. So we want object group list, and we want to get all this data. So, sorry, we want these last three. So potential group list. Now that's going to be a group list. So if we have a look down here, we don't actually have any serializers on group lists. So we're going to create one. So we're going to go group serializer.py. We're just going to add them. We are checking out what we've done for the customers, and I feel like we're going to do the same thing here, but simpler. I'm just going to open up an organization one because, yeah, I feel like that's going to be simpler. Yep, cool. So up at the top, oh, I thought I just created it. Group serializer, there it goes. So from a REST framework, import our serializers. And then what we want to do, class, we want to go group serializer, serializers, and that's just going to be a model serializer. And then from here, we go class meta, model equals group. We're going to go up here. We're going to go from NearBeach.models import group. Easy done. We're all happy with that. And then what we want to do is we want to exclude certain data from the group. So we're just going to go over here. We're going to open up this. So we're happy with those. We need date created, date modified, change user is deleted. It might be easy just to do the include. So we'll go. No, screw it. We're doing it that way everywhere else. We might as well just do this. Okay, so we're going to go down here. We're going to hit this. We're going to hit this. We're going to hit that. We're going to hit this. We're going to hit this. We're going to hit that. We're going to hit this. We're going to hit this. We're going to hit that. And we're going to hit this. We're going to hit this. And we're going to hit that. And that's perfectly fine. And yes. All right. Group serializer done. So in here, that's on line 23. In here, we need to go from NearBeach.serializers.group. Oh. I've put it in object data, that's why. That belongs actually at the higher level. Group serializer, import group serializer, and Chug in Lee. Yo, welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content as we build out this API. And we constantly find bugs and issues, and we're like, you know what? We can build this. We can build this better. All right, so going into here, we now want to go group serializer. In this sort of case, many equals true. Easy done. So the next one, potential user list. User list. Now, do we have ones for users? No, we don't. Once again, that's going to be very, very easy. We just create one right now. So we just go user serializer.py. We go from REST framework import serializers from NearBeach dot models import. Oh, I think we have to import the user model like that. Class user, oops, serializer. We got serializers dot model serializer. We just have class meta model equals user model, and then we have the exclude. Actually, we're not going to exclude anything. Actually, no, we are going to exclude stuff. We're going to go in the include region here. Fields equals, and then we're just going to paste those in. The reason being is there's a password field that we don't want to include in here, and that's why. And that, and also I've just realized if someone were to customize all of this, oh, they're gonna have trouble. Yeah, I might have to actually get rid of that functionality. Don't worry, I'm just muttering to myself. I'm pretty sure that they don't use NearBeach anymore. So there's our thing. So we need to go up here from NearBeach.serializers.user serializers, import user serializer, easy done. We want to go to down here. We just go user serializer, easy done, many equals true. Okay, so we're happy with all of that. So doing that, and then we've got the user group list. So this is the group ID. Hey socks. Yeah. In this particular case, I forgot what this one particular field is used for. What we could actually potentially do is just utilize what we've already got. It shouldn't be too bad. So that would, what is that field called? User group list. So that will just be the group serializer, easy done, many equals true. As you see, we've pretty much set this up now. All right. I'm happy with this. Let's close what we don't need anymore. Objects are something. Yep. All right. Cool. So now let's go into the object data. We got groups and user API. We're moving this over. We're changing this. Yeah. So up at the top, what we're going to do is going to create a essentially a private function. You just do an underscore in the front of it. Anyone can actually get to it, but it kind of indicates that this is meant to be a private function. So we're also looking at what we actually do currently. So if we were to, like, for example, destroy something, we go and get group user list. So get group and user list. This will be a self. Now I'm purposely doing this like so, because I think I will need these particular fields. So I'll need destination, and I'll definitely need location ID. I don't know if I need request. We will figure this one out, and we'll figure this one out together. So scrolling down till I find that thing again, I am going to go to that implementation. We're going to minimize this. We're going to shove it over here. That, excuse me, was me moving stuff. That wasn't me pressing F1. I didn't even have my hands near the keyboard then. I am really getting sick of that bug. Alright. So, going up over here. We've got the destination, we've got the location ID, we've got the destination location. I don't know what we're using the request. And it's gonna be, how are you? I am good, thank you very much. I cannot complain at all. I've also just figured out something. So, the user group result is the users groups. So, yeah. The system needs that information, especially the front end, because if the user deletes something, that if the user deletes all their groups from an object, they'll get booted from that object. Alright, so in here, we've got the destination. We do need that request. And that's easy. We just do that. So we're going to match what we already have there. So we're going to go up at the top now. Get group lists, get user list, and get user list all. Those are external functions. We can replicate those functions within here easily. Now there's one of two reasons why I've done this. Alright, this is object data 888. 3 fat ladies. If we go into here, so we're only using that in one spot. If we go into here, we're using this one in 2 spots. Alright, not a problem. And we use this in 1 spot. Alright, so I can do one of 2 things. What I could potentially do is, for the moment, I will call those from here, and then when I can then look at either putting those into the API, or I can keep them in utilities or something like that. So, yeah. You're okay, but wife's sick, and they're not sure what it is. They're thinking either... or oh no. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's terrible news, Scotty B. Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what the first one is. These tiny collections for swallow lumps called. Oh, okay. Oh, Socks is giving me a little tiny squeak. Yeah, sweetie. In this sort of case, what I'm going to do is I'm just saying it is nothing serious until we find out it is not. Fair enough. Hopefully it isn't something serious. So, yeah, hopefully it's just something simple, like low vitamin D. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I am going to, because these just return object. Oh, they actually return it like this already. Jason dumps too. Not what we want. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to rewrite these functions within the API, rewrite them in the API. I don't know whether to include them as broken up 3 different methods. I think that's potentially a solution. Yeah, I think that would be a better solution. So going in here, we're going to go into this implementation. We're going to start with this particular one first. So we're just going to go def underscore get group list. We'll need to pass through the destination and the location ID. Easy done. Ooh, I keep mistyping that. So we need object results equals object assignment dot objects dot filter is deleted equals false, of course. And then if destination. And thank you very much for the follow, Pib Jaunt. Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Yeah, there goes socks. Yeah, chin wagging scratches. Okay, go. So if the destination is Kanban card, we use Kanban board. So yeah, the idea here is we'll have an object and we'll use the higher object. What we could actually do is we could use the lookup table and all that kind of fun stuff, which makes this a lot easier. We'll figure this one out. Okay. There might be a case where I put in a translation table. So the idea is we store in the table all of this data being like, all right, cool. If it's permissions for this, we use this particular table and all that kind of stuff. For the moment, we won't worry, but that is something we could potentially look into. So, going with this. So, if the thing equals Kanban card, we'll get the card object to obtain the Kanban board data. All right, cool. Give me a minute. I just need to actually grab some water. I won't be long. We are in an ad break. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch, so people don't get pre-rolled ads. Don't worry, you don't get ads. And usually I do this so no one misses out on any content. All right, cool. So, give me 30 seconds. I'm going to get myself a drink of water. I'll be right back. All right, back with water. Okay, where are we with the ads? Welcome back, everyone. All right, cool. Jump back into this. Instead of rewriting all of this, I'm just going to we're just going to copy all of this. Once again, this will be deprecated in the near future, so don't worry about the fact that I am literally just copying it. So, we'll need to import the Kanban card into here. That's perfectly fine. That can be done up here. So, from Kanban card Easy done. Get object from destination. That's just going to be a simple import functionality. Socks moved all the way over here, so there's camera. Yeah, so this is just the get group list. It's getting all the data. And then what we do is we send it back. So we sent back all the groups with the object in that particular thing. All right, cool. Yep. This is a very, very simple function. So down here, what we want to do is we're going to go back to this, and we're going to write in object group results equals self get group list, and we're just going to type through destination location ID. Easy done. Okay. Socks. Sit. Good go. All right. The get user list. Going to go to that implementation. Yeah, this one's actually changing all of what we want. So what we want is 51 up to 78. So that makes it 27. So we're going to go over here. This is called get user list. That will appear down here. And what we've got to do is we've got to do it like that. And then that will be self. We don't need to worry about these in this particular case because we're not actually passing through any of that sort of data. This will be object results. Yep, all right, cool. Get the object from destination, object results. All right, cool. We're all happy with that. We got the user results, user filter, user in the object. All right, assigned user ID. Yep. Annotate the user. Ooh. User profile picture doc. All right, cool. We definitely need that F. And the F's pretty easy to get. So we're at line 74. We're going to go up here. We're going to go right here from Django.db.models import F. Oh. I literally said what number we're at, and I've absolutely forgotten it. So we're down there. We don't need a JSON dumps, and we don't need these values. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that, and we're going to return user results because we don't need to do any conversion here. We're getting these serializers to do all the hard, heavy lifting. All right, cool. So we've got the get user list, and then we need the potential user list. Which, if we go to that implementation, is only used in one area. So this is 81 all the way to, I can't think of how to calculate that up. 81. So what? 9, 81. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. 6, 5. So 56. And this get user list all, get user list all. That will appear down over here. So I'm just going to paste that like that. We're going to give it an underscore. Once again, we've got to have the self in here. And remember, the code on the right will be deprecated in 032. So we're just keeping it in there for a little longer, and then we'll deprecate it when we move everything to the API. Yeah, there'll be a lot of code deleted, which will be kind of fun. I'm not going to lie. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to have a little party. We're going to be like, yeah, deleting all this old code. And then we've got to do all the permissions again. or refactor the permissions. We'll be simplifying them because a lot of the stuff will be going through the API and we'll actually have access to the destination and all that kind of information now. It'll be all consistent, which will be nice. Yeah, no, 0.32 is going to be good. Yep. All right, so going with this. Alright, cool. So, get a list of users we want to exclude. We've got the self destination. We won't need the args and quags at all. That's perfectly fine. What we want to do is object results. Alright, cool. Kanban. If not Kanban card, we do that. Else the Kanban card, we do that. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Once again, we might come through and sort of look at how we're going to deal with child objects and so forth like that. With this, we could easily pass through certain functionalities or sort of objects that be like, all right, cool. If it's this, then we're actually looking at this particular object. Which, yeah, we'll simplify this code, aka get rid of the if statements. Extract them out. So the user results equals all of this. Now, once again, we don't need the values. We're actually happy with that. And we don't need the JSON dumps. We just need to return the user results. And that's it. In fact, we could potentially do that. And that's easy. So yeah, that will return all of that. We're all happy with that. All right, cool. So, going back with this, and there was a reason why we actually, now that I think about it, the reason why we sort of separated these out into their own functions is to make the main code just look really, really nice. It's kind of hard to understand what's going on with that particular code, so to get around that, we extracted it out, made a little function, and was like, all right, cool, here's the function. Okay, I'm just quickly solving the cube. Alright, yeah, come on cube, get solved. Alright, cool, cube solved. Alright, next line. So we've got object user results equals self dot. That will be get user list with the destination and location ID, easy done like that. And then we've got potential user results equals self dot get user list all, destination and then location ID. We might rename these. Yeah, we might potential user results. I've kept that generic in there for a reason and stuff like that. However, in these sort of cases, I think renaming them will be better. We will need to shuffle these around. So get user results, that will be that. Get group results. That will stay up there. Yeah, that'll stay down there. It's the potential ones that will move into here. All right, So that's 129 minus 82. 82, so that will be there we go. I am calculating. Easy done. So we've got a space up there. We'll scroll down. We need a space down here. All right, cool. So socks has run off. You get to see my face again. So we've got all of those. Yeah, the rename is just because we moved them into here. We'll keep things consistent. Once again, we'll be deprecating the code on the right. All right, cool. So I'm just going to get rid of that. So we've got the data. We're just going to go get the data dependent on the object. Okay. All right, cool. Potential groups are all groups except those in object group results. Easy done. So that will be potential group results equals group dot objects dot filter is deleted equals false because we don't want any deleted data in there. Dot exclude because we want to exclude stuff. So the group ID in, and then we just go object group results dot values, and we just type in group ID. Easy done. So that's a very simple one. What I'm going to do from this point on down is pretty much the same. So we're just going to paste those in. We'll go through and edit them. Won't be a problem. So potential groups were done. Get your user object. So user group results equals user group objects filter username requests you. All right, cool. That's simple, but we won't need to do the values. Once again, we're getting the serializers to do all the heavy lifting. It's just going to get the data, serialize it, and hand it to the user. Less work we have to do. Now, this is where everything changes. So this is where we start our data. So we need the serialized data. How we do this elsewhere, I'm just going to open up what we do elsewhere and reference that. So let's do Note API. We're just going to put that onto the right just for us viewing it. So destroy, serializer goes through all of that, delete notes, serializer, get list. So it gets the list. We just call it serializer. That's easy done. Equals we're getting the list. All right, cool. And we just pass the data in. Note serializer, note results. All right, so what we need here is group and user serializer. We open this up. We open up an object. We type in many equals true. Oh, many, no, we won't need many equals true because this will be one group instance in there. Yeah. All right, so this is where we go in here and we type in object group list, and that's going to be the object group results. In fact, I tell you what I'm going to do. I think it's just going to be 10 times easier. This will return response. Actually, no, because this is getting the data, we don't return response at all. We just return that. All right, easy done. right, cool. So, got all of this done. I don't know if this will work. So, yeah. Alright. Another thing I probably would want to do is I'll probably want to match these up. And that's just because we don't want to be like, okay, where does this match up? That doesn't make much sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. We're going to... Tell you what, it's just going to be easier if I just do it manually. So we want list. And yeah, the reason why I like to do this sometimes is essentially when we declare it, we can actually follow it going down and be like, oh, cool, yeah, this is the value that's going to be at the end. In which case, I now need to rename the functions. All right, not a problem. I'll rename the functions. That's, yeah. So that will also be a list. This will be a list. That will be a list. And then that will be a list. That will be a list. All right, potential users, results, that's just going to be a list. And that's also going to be a list. Now, next functions, these are going to be list. Like so. All right, so we've got the group list. Easy done. We've got the user list. Easy done. We're happy. All right. Now, where was I using this particular functionality? We also should do something like that. So, get group and user list. What we want to actually do is we want to do that on the get itself. I don't want that. That's the create. We're not worried about the create yet. We're not worried about the destroy. We want the list. So instead of having all of this, we just have to do self._, and done. All right. Yes, destination checks and stuff like that. All right. That is something we need to actually do in the near future. All right. Let's go over here. Let's hit send. Ooh, you pass the serializer instance as data, but probably meant to pass. Yes, that is right. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're just going to copy those out. We're going to go serializer equals, and then we're just going to paste this in. We're going to do that. We're going to go serializer.data. Status equals, actually, that's going to be data equals, like that. And then status equals status dot. Now, this is a list, so this will be that perfectly fine. All right, we're being verbose here, or verbose. All right. Now I've got a 500 server error. It is redundant to specify source equals group ID on a read-only field in the serializer object because it's the same. Remove the source. All right, easy done. So we've got source equals group ID on the object group serializer. Now I'm just closing those particular ones. We had that as the object assignment group serializer. Object assignment group serializer. Yeah, we just need to get rid of that. We've got another error. All right. Get profile picture path. Object has no attribute. Get profile picture path. All right. Cool. So. That's because we forgot to get rid of the customer. So it'll be get profile picture path. All right, cool. Oh. All right, so what I'm going to do, because we're bumping into a bunch of bugs at the moment, I want to actually try and get a working version of this. So we're going to go into implementations. We're actually going to knock off all of these. All right, and we're just going to hit send. We've got a 500 server error. We're going to hit preview. Attempting to get value object group list on serializer group the all right, not a problem. Got key error when attempting to get a value field. Oh, and we've done many, but we haven't done is null or anything like that on these. Many equals true. Allowed null is true. All right. Perfect. Yeah, we just forgot to null those particular fields out because there could be cases where those are null. For example, you might have a new object that has not been assigned any users. So the object user list is going to be null. Now, in theory, the object group list should not be null. However, we don't want a System 500 when it is null. Because an admin could come in here and fetch that data easily. All right, so going in here, we've done that. Now we're going to slowly bring these back in so we can focus on what's broken. So we're going in here, we're just hitting, all right, so that one's working perfectly fine. That one's broken. Not a problem. So, profile picture ID. So, give me a couple of seconds. I'm trying to remember where this is breaking. I'm going to put a breakpoint here. I'm going to hit send. We've got this. I'm moving forward. I'm moving forward. We've got query set admin. We've got the query. Easy done. We should have user profile picture, all that kind of stuff in there. Yep. We move forward. We move forward. Yeah, I think it's definitely breaking on the serializers. So I'm going to go into here. So we've got the profile picture. And we're called it profile picture ID. All right, I'm going to go into the object user serializer. So we're going to go down here. We've got profile picture. That's just an image. Then where am I getting profile picture ID from? Let's have a look. So yeah, part of the serializer, super data. All right, cool. I think I know where. So part of the serializers. So we're down here. I'm just going to click on this. This is what we will need to actually keep a watch on. We've just hit that. So if I have a look at the object, we've got admin. And then I'm looking for profile picture. So we've got profile picture. We don't have profile picture ID. So this is quite literally like that, and that's fine. We've just fixed it. So I'm just going to hit play. It's going to, you know, not send anything, but that's fine. Boom. All right, we've fixed that. So our next thing to do is to go into here. I forgot where the groups and user serializers. No, I'm just going to close stuff I don't need. We need the API view. Yep. Going up. We're doing potential users. We're going to hit send. Oh, change user ID was included on the serializers group serializer in the exclude option, but does not match any model fields. That's perfectly fine. It just means that it doesn't exist. So with the group serializer, we just go into the group serializer. We just remove it. All right, that one's working. So we go into here, potential user list. Got a 500 error. String object has no meta. All right. Oh, sucks. It's okay. Response handler. So that doesn't look like my code. Serialized data. Okay, cool. Super data. Not my code. All right. So the potential user list is broken, and what it's saying is string object has no meta. So potential user list is up here. Now that is, I'm just going to put a little breakpoint on there. Yes, sucks. We're going to step forward and we're going to have a look at this particular query set. So we've got a query set, we've got all of this information. So we've got the ID and all that kind of stuff. So it's the basic sort of stuff we already have. All right, sucks. What's the matter? You want to go in the cupboard? There you go. All right. So the potential user list is a query set. It's complaining about it. We're going to have to actually dig deeper. So we're going to go into the user and group serializers. We're going to go potential user list equals user serializer. Mini equals true. All right, cool. But the user serializer, we've got the fields, we've got the class. Have I done that wrong? I'm hoping I haven't done it wrong. String object has no meta. Django REST framework serializer dot model serializer. All right, serializers. I was probably on that page. Model serializers. Yes, capital, model, and then fields. It's probably that. Alright. Alright, so if the user overridden something, so it should be pulling in the user model. Now the thing is, with Django, you can override the user model. And we've got to kinda tell people, kinda allow people who do that. Alright. There could be no data, there could be, but we should be getting the user model from this particular thing. Otherwise, I would have to get user, which is part of this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to override that. I'm just going to be like, all right, no, we're actually doing this instead, and we're going to port through the user. And we're going to say that's how we're tackling this. Oops, left the breakpoint on. Profile picture is not a valid model for user. All right, that is true. All right, that's an extra field. Okay, we can fix this very, very quickly. All right. So I'm just having a quick think about certain things. All right, so the user profile picture isn't passing through, so we can fix that. That's not going to be a problem. I just want to undo that. I just want to do that for a second, and the reason being is I want to check the last one is working. No, it isn't. Okay, cool. That one isn't working, so we're going to undo that. We know the top three are working. It's just the potential user list is not working. So, if we actually go into this implementation in here, we've got profile picture. I think this is what's breaking it. So we need the serializers. So we need object user serializer down here. Get profile picture. I might just send that. We've hit this. So we've got admin. I'm just scrolling all the way down. We've got profile picture is none, which is fine. All right. And this says field name profile picture is not a valid for. No, I get it now. No. I know exactly what's going wrong. So we need to go back to the object assignment user serializer. No, that's fine. Yep, no, I need in this. We need the field in here. We need those two fields in here also. So, going into this, we need to grab those 4 lines. We need to go into the user serializers. We need to paste them in. We need to line up here. We've got profile picture. And we've got profile picture path. And the reason being is we've got that data, we're trying to feed it into the system, and the system's like, these fields don't exist at all. I left the breakpoint on. Now it's saying user serializer has get. Okay, cool. Yes, socks. So we need to actually copy this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just going to go 8. We need to pass through settings. That is easy. That is from Django.config.import settings. It's lowercase s. All right, cool. So that should work. User serializer has no object. I've just done something silly. Oh my god. All right. Close that. Close that. The thing is, I've got way too many things open at the moment. What I need to do, yank those 8 lines, go into here, the user serializer, go to the end. I'm pasting it in. I'm doing that. I'm going to the top. I am going from Django.conf import settings. And all of that should be done. Then I go into here. I hit refresh. There it goes. So yeah, I just need to include those particular fields in here. Now I might get rid of the profile path, but I'm going to say no. Considering this is now becoming very duplicated code and so forth like that, it might be something that I think about kind of doing something about. Like a common function and so forth like that. So if we go into here, we have a look at the potential user list. We've got all of this. That's perfectly fine. That's what we need because we might key through those bits of detail. In the end, we might be like, no, we don't need that. But I can see this actually belonging in here perfectly fine. That's going to be good. All right, I'm going to close what I don't need open because that is just causing me even more confusion. And it's nearly 10 o'clock here. We'll see how long I can go tonight to try and catch up with stuff. So we've got this. We are now doing the last one, which we also know there was a something that just didn't work. However, it just didn't work. So that's good. So got attribute error when attempting to get a value group name on serializer group serializer. The serializer field might be named incorrectly and might not match the attribute user group. All right, cool. Let's go back into here. So we've got the user group list. Just that easy done. So user group list, if we go into groups, so the user group list is a group serializer. So we want the group serializer open. We're just excluding those. All right, let's open up our models. Actually, no, I've got this open. So we can actually jump into our groups in here. We can open it up. We've got group name. It's saying, well, when attempting to get a value for the group name on serializer group. All right, cool. Let's actually have a breakpoint in the code. Let's put it here. Actually, no, we need it down here. So I'm just going to put it there. We're just going to hit this. We're going to hit this. Now, with this, we've got a query set. So if we have a look at the data, we've got group. Group ID. It might be just called group. No, but we've got a group name here. All right, group list, come on. So we've got 2 in there. We've got select dot user group ID, username. Oh, all right. I know why. Because we're using user group. We're not using groups. So we originally just wanted the things to come back to be like, oh yeah, this is this group ID and all right. This is an easy fix. So what I want to do, group.objects.filter is deleted equals false. And then what we want to actually have in here is we want a simple group ID in, and then we do this sort of stuff. Oh wait, I pressed escape, thank you. Dot values, and we just put in group ID. And that's it. It's quick, it's simple. Yeah, we're getting the groups and stuff like that. And there we go. And then if we scroll down here, we've got all the group information that we need. Now, previously, we only really had 2 fields in there, but having all fields in there is perfectly fine. We don't need the change user. So we're going to go into the group serializer and change user, just remove it. We don't need that data. There we go. So we've got those particular values. We're actually happy with that. Yeah, so now we can run our unit tests. We can start undoing what we've done. We can be like, all right, cool. This is starting to get better. But first, I'm just going to make sure it doesn't break the post. Oh, those particular fields. All right, so it kind of wants those particular fields in there. That's easy. We can solve that. Yeah. So, yes. All right. For those wondering what that noise was, that was Socks meowing because she wants to be picked up. So, in here, what we've got is with the serializers. We've got that as a read-only. We've got allow nullable. And read-only is true. And that's it. Easy done. So, going back into here, this is why we test. We've got it created. All right, and with the delete, now we can use the proper delete where we can delete the thing on the with the IDs and stuff like that. All right, cool. Let's fix this up very, very quickly because I want to get this done tonight. And then it'll be more unit tests. So I'm going to say projects is done. we then got 4 others, considering that's probably going to take all 4 streams and stuff like that. And it depends how much time I got tomorrow or on Sunday. Because I want to actually start the GDPR wizard. And I also want to get more information on story points, how we want to implement them in NearBeach, and what to do as the sort of minimum valuable MVP for the story points. So yeah, and then we'll build up functionality for the story points. All right. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to close that. I'm going to close that. We're going to keep this one open because we need it. I'm just going to minimize this so we can see most of the code. So we're going to ignore all of those private functions. We're going to scroll down here and we've got the create. So we're happy with the create. We can easily create. This isn't going to be a problem. None of this code is going to be a problem. Return data. All right, so that is going to be self._get groups and users list. So that's getting that. The status code equals that. So if there's any errors in the array, we're going to do all of that, which is fine. Otherwise, the response is going to be data equals return. That's going to be a problem. All right, I can fix that. Because, yeah, we're putting stuff into the return data that doesn't make much sense. All right. Okay, so I'm happy with that. We're going to delete this. We're going to do this. So this will be a return response. We're going to open up that. We're going to go data equals, and we're going to have error array, and that's going to be error array. Easy done. Error message. That is. I only copied that one line, thank you very much. What the fuck? Alright. It's doing something overly smart. Okay, users in error array cannot be added to the object as their groups. Alright, cool. Error note. Please run the get command. Get the latest groups and users list. All right, so if something goes wrong, we're going to do that. And then we don't need to do that. And then we've moved this to a serializer. We've got the object ID, which we should have, which if I go into here and we are going to list groups and objects and we're going to scroll up and hit send. We've got the object group list. No, I don't have the data. Ah! Got the potentials and stuff like that. Got the user list. Ah, screwed up. Alright, not a problem. We're going to fix that. And it shouldn't take too long to fix. Famous last words. We got the group ID. We don't have the object assignment. Yeah, alright. Might be one of those things that we need to actually pull out the values and then shove it into the serializer. Or I use the models. Yeah, I've got to use the models for this particular one. Alright. Not a problem. We'll fix this up. So, going in with the code, what I've got to do is go up to the serializers. We've got the groups and users serializer, which we're all happy with. It's this particular one we're not quite happy with. So we're going to change this and put in the model serializer. So we've got the group ID, the group name, objects assignment ID, objects, yep, all right, cool. So what we need to do is go class, sorry, lowercase, meta, and then we need the model to equal the object assignment, which we need to actually key into here. Oops. Let me just go up to here. I'm just going to go from NearBeach.models import object assignment. We just go back down here. We just go like this, and then we go model equals object assignment. Fields. We're going to use the fields in this particular case because it's just going to be easier to go type in group ID, group name, object assignment ID, and then parent group ID, like so. And I think that should be our solution. It might be the case that I need the values to pass them through. Give me a couple of seconds first, though, because I don't know if that is correct. So what we're going to do... Oh, but the object... Yeah, that's the group list, object group list. Yeah, the object assignment ID should be passing through. I'm just going to jump over to this. Not this. And I am going to go into here. I'm going to go into here. Oh, we're getting the object directly, aren't we? Oh no, we're getting the groups. That's the problem. All right. At Zero Day, welcome, welcome. How's your stream? How are you doing? Let me do a shout out here. I'm gonna have to copy your name because knowing me, I'll type something wrong. So yeah, what were you up to this evening, or morning, or afternoon, or whatever time zone you're in? So yeah, thank you very much for the raid, greatly appreciated. Welcome everyone. I am Robotic Head. I am currently working on implementing an API for NearBeach. NearBeach is an open source project management system. Yeah, I've currently doing some tests because I've decided to fix something. and realized that I've broken it even more. So yeah, morning hacking. Fair enough. Fair enough. So yeah, welcome everyone. We currently are only seeing the group ID in here. I think it's because I'm doing something silly like this where I should be sending back the object assignment table, not the group table. Just because I need that higher level, I need that data. So, going into here, I am just going to do this. I'm just going to go return object results dot filter where group ID actually it should just be object results almost, because we're getting the group list. Okay, up here, what we can do, group ID is null equals false. So that will definitely have something up there. We just need to do it up there. And then what we're doing down here is, depending on the destination, if it's a destination, it's Kanban card. What we do is, yeah, all right, cool. We look at the Kanban board. And then otherwise, alright, I think I can write this bit of code a little bit better. Alright, if the destination is a Kanban card, we'll need to look at the Kanban board. So if destination equals Kanban cards, destination equals Kanban board, and this is perfectly fine to do it in here. This is very local. It'll only update that value in this particular function. Now we have just reached ad times. I'm terribly sorry for those that have just rated in. Get to see me for a minute before hitting ads. Some of you won't have ads. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, every half an hour we run ads, so no one gets pre-rolled ads on Twitch. For those on YouTube, you don't need to worry. You don't get ads anyway. So yeah. I tend to do this so that no one misses out on content. However, it comes at the most annoying time at times, and I think I've accidentally missed a couple of ads tonight. So yeah. How's everyone going? I hope everyone's going well tonight. Yeah, we're getting there. It'll be good once this API is done. So I can see myself working on it for an extra 2 months. And then we've got to do a bunch of change. Once we get how people want to use it and stuff like that, we'll start working on version 1. But once again, we've got to wait till, yeah, it's a bunch of stuff. The joys of programming. There's a bunch of cogs turning, and yeah, you got to turn them all at the same time. Otherwise, they lock up. So, yeah. About 6 seconds left of the ads. Okay. And welcome back everyone. Alright, cool. You didn't miss out on anything if you're in ads. So in this sort of case, this only happens locally. So we're happy to be like, alright, in this sort of particular case, we're gonna be like, alright, so the Kanban card is a child object. We actually want the parent. So we're just updating to the parent. If we had a list of objects and we were using more and more different child objects and stuff like that, we would create a dictionary where we key something in and it gives us the value we need to look at. Now another thing we've got to do is, now that that's sort of done, the get object from destination is a useful function we used a while ago where we've got input object, filter, destination, location. It's pretty easy. We don't need to do that anymore. That was just me because we kept doing the same thing over and over again. What we need to do here is object results equals object results dot filter, and then we just need to do this where we've got the destination ID, and that's going to be the location ID. And that's what we really need to do. And that really does all of that code. So by finding that bug, we've actually shrunk this code down. Yeah, that's pretty easy. All right, so going over here, we've probably broken something. Yeah, we've broken something. All right, object group type group is not JSON serializable. We've definitely broken something. All right, sweet. I'm going to put a little thing there. I'm going to go send. So we've reached this. Oops, I was meant to hover over it. We've got one result in there. So this is just one query set. I'm saying that's not working. Let's undo that. Let's go forward. Let's go down here. So we've got all of that. Maybe this it's breaking on. Hopefully not. Shouldn't. There we go. That's perfectly fine. This should all work. So this is the get object group list. That won't be a group. That will be the something else. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I think it's definitely this. If we actually undo that, let's hit play. Let's wait for it to cycle on. There we go. So yeah, it's definitely that serializer that's not working in here. So what we want to do is we want to go to the object group serializer. I just realized I'm probably oh no. All right, cool. All right, cool. What we want to do is in here, we want to go to the serializers for the object group list. So object, this particular one, this will be the object group list. So the object group list is this particular serializer. So we want to go into there. So we've got serializers within serializer. Think June, if you ever read the book. Now we've just implemented it so it's like this. I think that might have been a wrong thing to do. So we're going to do that. We're going to hope for the best. Object type group is not serializable. Okay. Tell you what. We're going to do that. And probably actually that. Okay. Now that won't work. That will actually throw up an error. That should work with the object assignment ID there. So we're going to go in here. We're just going to... There we go. So the object assignment ID works with the group ID. All right. All right, I am. I'm just going to do that. I don't think that's the solution, but it might be. All right, cool. That seems to be working, but we're not getting any data here. Because we should be getting object assignment ID with that. We've got many equals true, object group serializer, object group list. So we've got object group lists. I'm just going to hit this. We're going to hit that very, very quickly. I'm hovering over this. We have one thing in there already. And then having a look at the model, we've got the group ID. And the field and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I don't know why this is having trouble for us. So I'm going to go back over into our serializer. I'm going to change this back into a model serializer. We're going to undo all of this. We are just going to hope for the best. Yeah, the field group was declared in the... Oh, yep. I should have done that. Sorry. In fact, get rid of it. It's not needed. And then group name is not valid. Is not valid for the model object assignment in... All right. Oh, these... Those aren't needed. All right. All right, so we've got group ID, we've got object assignment ID. I'm going to slowly put things back in. So we don't need the group ID up here. I'm going to go group name. Don't know if that will work. Group name is working. All right, so parent group ID. It looks like we just need a model serializer, and this is working how we want it. There we go. We've also got the object assignment ID there, which is great news. So we've got the group ID, we've got the group name, we've got the parent ID, we've got the object assignment ID. Sweet. So this is our fix for us. We now need to do that with the object user list. Okay, so knowing that we've done it this way, we're like, all right, cool. We can do this. Famous last words. So we've got the object assignment user list. So instead of being a serializer, we're going to do models. Oh, I'm terribly sorry about that. Model serializer. So down here, what we need to actually do is we're going to go class meta model equals object assignment. And then we've got fields equals, and then we're going to press it in the fields in a second. From up here, we're going to go from NearBeach.models, import object assignment. Easy done. I'm going to minimize this because it's going to be a lot easier if we can view our screen. We want to have the email, first name, last name, object assignment ID. Some of these we don't need anymore, so I can get rid of that one. And the user ID field, but we'll key the field down in here first. Last name, profile picture path. User ID, which I'll get rid of in a second, and then username. So, yeah, that probably won't work, knowing my luck. There we go. Boo. The field name user ID is not valid for the object assignment in that particular case. All right, cool. I need to find the value. So what I'm going to do is I am going to put a breakpoint here. I'm just going to hit send. The reason why I'm putting a breakpoint there is I can click on this, I can open up this, I can open up the model, and I can have a look at what the field it is called. We've got user permissions, user groups, user job. I might have this wrong. Might have a big bug here. That's not a problem. Might have a big bug. Alright, so how am I going to solve this? Okay. I think I've done something wrong. Not a problem. This is why we test. This is why we figure it all out and don't just willy-nilly do stuff. So we're on the object user list. We're going to jump into the implementations here. So we've got the object results. We go all down and then we change. We're just passing through pure user objects and stuff like that, which is not what we want. Yes. All right. This is the problem. And I'm just trying to think, how will I solve this? So the idea is we need the object assignment table to pass through. So this particular table up here. So the object assignment table, that is null. All right, cool. Object assignment, get objects from destinations. We don't need to do that anymore. We just need to go up here and do f destination underscore ID such that it is the location ID. Easy done. So get rid of that. It's the profile pictures, which is going to be the problem in this sort of case. In this sort of case, what we want to do is we want to annotate the profile picture onto that. So we want to go annotate profile picture equals F. Now in this sort of case, it will be assigned user ID under user profile picture. All right, cool. To save myself doing a silly mistake, I am copying and pasting. We all know I just do silly mistakes. So it's going to be this long string. So what's actually happening is it'll look in the field, the user assignment field, realize that that's connected to the user profile picture, but loosely. Or, sorry, it'll look at that, which will open up the user table. Inside the user table, there is the user profile picture, which is connected to the document ID and document key. All right, cool. That's how that's done. And then we won't need this anymore. So we get rid of this, and we just send back object results. Now, in reality, I could put the object up there and all that kind of stuff, but that's perfectly fine. What I want to do is I want to hit send. Got a 500 error. User ID is not valid in the... Yeah, it's not user ID, is it? No. It's assigned user ID. Which we want to... we want to key in here. Now, okay, I think in this sort of case, user ID equals serializers dot read only field. The source is just going to be that. Yeah, I'm going to keep that as a translation sort of layer. And done. So we've got the object assignment, we've got the profile picture. We don't have any of the data that's in here. That's correct. Let's go in and fix that up very, very quickly. So we should have email, first name, last name, and all that kind of stuff. I think I've screwed up by not doing it like this. That should do it. Probably not. Okay, not a problem. What we're going to have to do is start looking at this data properly. Because yeah, we need all of that data coming through in the same shape that we kind of expect the front end sort of expects. All right. Okay, sorry, I'm just doing this very, very quickly. All right, I am gonna go back over here again. I'm gonna hit this here, and I am just gonna go send. And from here, I can actually open up this. I can open it up, be like, all right, cool. Hey, open it up, open it up. We've got assigned user. And then the fields. Will be in here. That's with the assigned user. What if I do the assigned user ID with the fields? Yeah, that's the same. We don't have first name or anything like that in here. That's a bit weird. All right. Okay. I'm just going to hit play. We're going to jump onto here. We're going to go into object assignments. I'm going to open up this. Now, if we do assigned user like on here, we won't save this one. We'll open it up. We should be getting this personal information. And I don't know why we're not. I'm going to hit send. I'm going to go over here. We're going to hover over this. We're going to open it up. We're going to open up. Hey. I'll piss off. All right. I'm just going to go down here. Object results, open it up. We bring this up here. We've got the model. We've got the assigned users. We've got the fields. So, I'm going to close the assigned users. If we have a look at the change task and open up the fields, we should have the fields in here. For example, choices, columns, bunch of other stuff in here. For example, Choices none. What's this change task? It'll be from fields. All right. Yes. Well, the group ID. If we have a look at the fields, we should have the group in here. I mean, it's working for every other. All right. I'm gonna have to bump into the shell to figure this one out. Okay, I'm just gonna hit play. We're gonna jump over here. We're gonna go Python 3 manage shell. We are gonna go from NearBeach models import everything. Who cares? So we're gonna go a equals object assignment dot objects dot filter is deleted equals false. And what we want to actually do, I swear to you, we just had ads not that long ago. Yeah, Twitch, come on. We had ads 10 minutes ago. Sorry. And then we had assigned user is null equals false. All right, cool. So we've got A, we've got a bunch of that. So what I want to do is B equals the first one of that. So we've got B. All right, cool. We've got B dot assigned user. We've got admin. Under. Assigned user dot, sorry. And then we'll have last name. We'll have user. And then first name. Admin. And then email. All right, cool. So that's what I'm expecting. So if we send back the object results, which is part of the object assignment where it equals null, and we're definitely filtering for the destination location and all that kind of stuff. Sweet, we should be getting some of that result. So if I go back into the object user serializer, so assigned user ID, I'm just going to put into here assigned user. We're going to find out what happens. So assigned user 1. All right. So okay. Alright, so user is not JSON serializable. Okay, that will definitely be then ID. And we're just going to hit send. That was the issue. Alright, so what I actually had was assigned user underscore ID dot email, and the system was being like, oh no, there's nothing there. So once you get rid of that, there you go. Done and dusted. All right, sweet. I am excited, but I'm going to probably call it there tonight. It is 10:40. It is late. Let's actually exit out of this. Let's go git status. So git add everything. Git commit improvements. Guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Well, welcome back. I am going to probably call it ending to stream very, very shortly. So yeah, it's 10:40 here. So improvements to API groups and users, more unit tests, and more unit tests. All right, cool. That's okay. Rejected. Fetch first. Alright, cool. I'm gonna pull stuff first. Oh, should have done this at the start of the stream. Get rebase. Done. Alright. Let's find someone to raid. Alright, we are going to raid Smalls the Kobold. He is currently working on level design in a Baldur's 3 engine. So, yeah, let's go raid. Anyway, for those on YouTube, sadly you won't be able to raid, but that's fine. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much everyone for coming tonight. It has been wonderful. I'll turn off the music. I'll move on to this particular screen. We'll go with the secret screen. So yeah, it's been wonderful. We are getting stuff done. We're slowly improving the API. Where what we learned at the start, what we learned towards the end of implementing the API, we're coming back and we're sort of fixing things up, which is fine. So yeah, anyway, thank you very much everyone, and I do hope you have a wonderful wonderful stream with Smalls. Anyway, thank you. And for those on YouTube, thank you very much for coming. Sadly, you won't be able to join the raid, but I do hope I see you next time. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you.